give ourselves a quick audio test here. Seems pretty good. Is our music's not sidechaining. Let's try this again. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hey. There we go. All right. Okay. Okay, so laser things are gonna happen. Agenda today is we've got the 150 millions on, so we need to make sure we get that converted over if we have to recalibrate. We'll do that before stream starts. But wax as a preservative for the paper projects is going to be my main goal of today. We are on the SmallRig S70, filming with the OBSBots. We'll just clean up a little bit from the last recordings in here. We'll get our vent hooked up, though I don't really want to turn it on, it's so cold. And then we'll get started. And I thought today maybe we'd start with kind of like a unstrategically lit scene, and then we would, when stream starts, that's kind of when like the curtains would be pulled. I don't know, just something fun. What I'm cleaning up from now was a new computer component that I got. I got a new power supply, and I'm working on editing that video. And the goal was longevity with the current computer. With how the RAM prices are and even storage, how that's starting to become, I desperately don't want to have to build a new computer because of some failure like that, where an old power supply that was kind of used a little bit roughly, I guess, goes bad and fries something. So we did that. We also installed another hard disk drive. That was kind of another thing where the prices are starting to creep up on non-solid state storage now. And I was hoping to get in early and invest in that, partly because I had bought a hard drive, hooked it up, and it's been making a lot of noise, but I haven't had a hard drive in so long to know if the noises are really good. Everything I'm reading is that they're not good noises, and my instincts are telling me it's not good noises. So I don't really trust that drive, but I've had it too long to return it. So we'll be waiting on that to fail at some point. In the meantime, we've gotten another hard drive, and we're just backing everything up twice. I forget what RAID configuration that is. Maybe that's a RAID 1 or something, where it creates a complete separate copy. That's essentially what I'm doing, but I already have data on it. I don't have enough room to transfer, so I can't create a RAID array. They're also not similarly sized drives. They're about two terabytes difference. So I don't want to partition and whatever. So I'm just going to copy over. I'll probably do like a weekly, try to copy whatever folders I've been working in. and just ignore all the duplicates. It's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm sure there's apps and things that could help me with backups like that, but that's what we're doing. We got an extra hard drive in there, but I filmed it extensively, I guess. I had all four of the webcams running, and they're running in a special mode. And then I also got the main camera out for it and rigged it up with an anamorphic lens. So it was pretty fun. Let me play my stream. Luna Han, welcome in. I am trying to clean up a little bit before we start. And I'm debating if I also want to check on my laser and do that component before we officially start. But it probably won't be too unentertaining to watch. I just kind of forgot that I needed to potentially calibrate it. So we'll see how this goes. But how are you guys? Good to see you both. All right. I will be off to the left here a little bit. Getting this whole thing arranged. And then we'll probably start right after that. So this is where I have to put my vent duct into, so I'm not breathing smoke. We're not filling the room with smoke. It's just a window with a bunch of curtains for light control. Unfortunately, it means there's a little more cold air that comes in. Ooh, yes, that is cold. It must be in the like high 30s today, which is warmer than it was this morning when I was working. I think when I left it was 17, which was no fun. No fun at all. But I like my little setup here. I mean, it's better than it's been. I guess I wouldn't say it's amazing. I'm having to crawl behind a shelf after all. That might work. That's good. Alright, try to tuck some of that. Got a light controlled again. Ish. There's a little light bleed. But we're not doing the webcam tests right now, so that's all good. I might actually keep, don't know if I want to keep that handy. We may not need it today. All right, well that's something. We've achieved something here. Put these away. What's up, Daddy? Welcome in. We'll be getting started probably momentarily, I'd say. Yeah, why don't we, if we can get our cameras to work. All right, I'm hoping for a bit of dramatics here. Let's see how this goes. Let there be light. Hey, 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 cool. 2 buttons, and then plug this into the battery, and we have our lighting. I've gotten everything semi-sequenced on remote switches. And then we got our little colorful light. But yeah, all right, so plan for today is working with the laser engraver. We're gonna try to work on the time cards. We'll make some more cards that we can use for some more testing. I've had a new idea for how we might be able to get rid of the air bubbles. And then if that works out and goes well, we will move on to actually assembling it, which is at this point, feels like it's so far away, but maybe it could be today. But welcome in, everyone. I am Phimorth on Twitch and Better Done Right on YouTube. I dual stream to YouTube and to Twitch. Twitch is kind of my anything goes live stream side, and then my YouTube Better Done Right is where I post my maker content, and I stream over there too. So yeah, we're doing some makery stuff today. We're gonna work with some more paper on the Omni One laser engraver, and continue on a project that we've been working on for over a month, I would say, on and off on these little weekend streams. So I've kind of had the room in a disarray many times recently, just with different projects. So I have to get a little bit organized, but we will carry on and hopefully have some good progress today. But yeah, lots of little tweaks and improvements I've been making to this space. And this last week, I think I've recorded 2 videos in here off stream. And it's pretty exciting, the progress that I've made. But thank you to those who were able to drop by and say hello at the start. I appreciate that. It is different hours than I normally stream. Not that I necessarily have a normal stream time, but typically on the weekends. So let me get our angles set up here. Check on this angle here. I think we're gonna move some light so we'll be able to see what we got going on the laser. It would be nice to get this all, like get all the same lights or something, get them all sequenced one day, so I could have like multiple setups. Ooh, that is a cold draft. Good God. Okay, so last stream, we had unboxed these little back plates for the laser, and then we modified them so we could get a couple sizes. And now we get to test out the second size. The first size seemed to work great. So if we slide these 2 plates together, and plop that down, we should be able to make some stuff happen. So I may need to tweak the lighting. I think I've been seeing I'm going just a little too dark for these webcams in most scenes here, but let's check our tabletop view. It looks pleasant. I actually really like that. Okay. Yeah, if we end up back there, that'll be nice. This view actually looks nice as well. Let me bring this over for an exposure check. Let's just make sure I have, yep, because streaming would be even lower contrast. So standard, looks pretty good. All right, all right. All right, we'll bring that back over there. Oh, we are struggling with the CPU load. So I'm gonna might need to look at our options here really quick. We're only about 10% there, so it's probably Chrome. I do have a lot of friends tabbed. Okay, we have one friend twice. So just gotta bounce through. Drop a couple. And I'll just leave the YouTube. How do we do? We're about the same. Okay, I'll try to keep an eye out if we're dropping any frames. If you guys happen to pop into chat and you see anything weird, let me know. I do skew the quality of this towards the recording, and you guys see the benefits because we're downsampling to the stream side, but it from a poor little several years old gaming rig that I bought from a friend because they upgraded that poor little computer. It struggles just a little bit. So okay, I think we just carry on here and get this laser booted up and see if I can see if I've saved the settings for this other lens. I need to properly learn how to set up like two separate machines in essence, but I think we'll just power on the laser, put on some headphones just for sanity. I see my stream stuttered there, but looks like we're okay. So, all right, looking good. I will try to keep an eye on chat. I may accidentally miss some messages because I'm almost looking without colors at the moment. But we should be good to roll here. Okay, I'm gonna expose the laser lens. And I think we were looking at 320 millimeters, was it? For the focus, so I'll just kind of rough that in. You see what the line says. 320 for cutting. And then an experimental one as well, so that's right about there. We'll add the paper in later. All right, so I'm gonna bring up Lightburn, which hopefully won't crash the PC or anything. We are recording it in the MKV format now, or the MKV container, which is fabulous. It means if we crash, we don't lose the recording. Not that I've crashed before, but I have had instances of recordings going bad, starting and stopping, things like that. So, all right, so I'm in Lightburn. I'll try to set some of this stuff up for you guys so you'll be able to see some of it. But I'm just trying to find if I can create an additional laser profile. Manage devices. this seems to be based on that. If I edit this, what does it do? Well, I definitely have the laser settings for this, so I think we'll just do this other version. So I'm going to basically tell the laser that I have a different lens. Okay, so size information, 150 into the working area of this lens. Enter the size of the box to output. I feel about 80 to 85% is ideal. So let's say 120, 130. Okay, we'll do 130. This is going to give us calibration, so we'll just go ahead and do a proper calibration here. I have been through this a few times, but I'm getting better at it. So I'm out of the paper here. Hey! Thank you, sir, Mr. Allegedly Human. Welcome in. We're messing with lasers. It's what we're doing. Poor PC is struggling. Its CPU's just about maxed out. You can probably hear the laser next to it. We're kind of running on fumes here, but we're trying to get some stuff done. So, how was? Pretty sure you just played Helldivers all day. How was all of the Helldivers? Spaceship sounds. We are testing. Not really testing. We're sighting in a lens, calibrating a lens at the moment. I haven't quite figured out with this software how to do this the right way, so we're going to continue doing it kind of the inconvenient way. But thank you so much for the raid. It's probably getting... I actually don't really know what time it is, but hopefully you're going to get some more good chillax time. Be able to wind down for the day tomorrow. Helldivers fun. Glad I gave it a chance again after the upgrading PC. Nice. With the RAMs. Mad Addicted. We'll be bouncing back and forth probably between Helldivers and Hytale. Hell yeah. Okay, so you're just an hour ahead of me. I don't know. That's like late lunch, early dinner to me. Okay, so I'll bring you guys in a little closer, give you a better view here. This is actually exciting, the new plate we have over here. So let me swing over and down. We'll zoom in a bit. And I'll set this as a second view. Alright. You have time to actually, actually wind down for your week. That'll be awesome. You got TIG bright and early tomorrow, then stick right after. Dang. That's gotta suck. I'd rather do stick and then TIG. Not be precise in the morning. So this is a black cardstock just laid down on the bed that we modified last week. It's actually really nice. This is like laying... It almost feels like it's sucked down onto the base because there's no air being trapped on it. And then I just need to make sure I'm getting close to our focus distance on this lens, which we are. And then in the software, we have set up a few settings, basically telling the laser what size to make this calibration box based on its recommendations. And then now I'm going to make some power inputs so we can run this. So I should be framing this now. which it is. And looking over here, we're actually barely touching this box, or not the box, the fan. So I'm gonna try to move this out of the way. Okay. That, I think, clears us. And let me see if the exposure's low enough. Yeah, you guys can kind of see the flashing green light. That's the UV that's it's fluorescing in this self-illuminating plexi acrylic. Ah, stick and then take is for Friday. There you go. Like my stationery holder. Just like the plate below it. Or do you mean all the tools over here? Okay, so I should be able to run this now. I guess I'll turn the fan on just a little bit. This won't be cutting, so there won't be a ton of smoke, but we'll run this. Oh, dang, we're still in the rotary mode. So I need to disable that. We'll just disable rotary, and then we'll go back to calibrate GalvaLens, and we'll tell it the info. I did not remember everything, just some of the things, and we'll hit run. So that ran once. It's a little faint. I'm gonna see. I'd like to go back and then run this a lot slower. Oh, it won't run it again, but yeah, the tools. Yeah, these are little silicone holders. I need to find like a proper name or maybe link it for people because it's hard kind of to find. Because it's one of those product names that's like 40 random words put together. But they're really cool. It's a little silicone holder. I guess they're big in like the crafting, like sewing, crafting scene. So basically I have very lightly etched a series of boxes. And I don't know how well that's gonna come up because it's so faint. But these boxes are giving me some information that I'll relay. So the laser is basically sending out one set of information. It's trying to draw something, and then I measure the results and relay it back to the software, and then it calibrates for the lens because it's never going to be perfectly accurate. Even with the standard calibration that comes with the laser, that's based on not this machine. It's based on an average of the machines. So we just have to do some measurements. It's a little bit tedious, but I think this time I'll actually remember to write this stuff down so I can enter it next time. So first thing is making sure we have the right orientation for the logo that was drawn in the corner. That'll tell it the orientation. And then we measure the lengths across the straight lines along the tops here. And what we might do is, can't shut the laser off entirely because I still want it hooked in, but we can shut off the laser source, cap the lens, and then I can take my glasses off. And now I can actually see, because that's honestly the biggest challenge wearing these glasses, is doing some of this more detailed stuff. So let me zoom down, give you guys a little view. So basically, software wants me to measure each of these lines in one set and relay that information so as precisely as I can. I will try to do this, but my head is blocking the light that I need, so we're gonna maybe grab a little lamp. set this up in place. How are you, Choose? Good to see you, bro. How was Poppy playtime? I wasn't able to stay yesterday. But I was able to lurk a little bit. Okay, there's a little more light that I can work with now. I've been going down the rabbit hole of microscopes and calibration for them. And I just ordered a calibration slide for a microscope. It was pretty cheap, but I think it's actually a real one. As in, not just plastic, basically. So we've got a distance of 67, this is upside down for me, 67.9 millimeters. Yep, very good. I might even get this light over here to actually properly help me. That looks a lot better for me. I'm good. You've been building a level 4 paladin in D&D 5e. I'm not familiar with D&D terribly much. I have been playing a version of it with some friends, and I'm starting to come to terms with it, get a little bit of a grasp on it. But what is the 5e? Is that a specific subset of D&D? So I was hoping to do this if I had to off stream, but then we started cleaning, and then I committed to the starting in 10 minutes. So now we're doing this. But it's easy to talk with you guys while I'm doing this. So 68.55 millimeters for that one, and this is 1, 2, and then this will be 3, 4, and then 5 and 6. 5th edition. That makes sense. Very cool. That's awesome. That's exciting. So yeah, I'm going the route, I think, that will get me the most flexibility in the future, which is, instead of buying a microscope that's like a trinocular, so it has a third viewing port where you can hook in a camera, and this one is 70.45 millimeters. Unfortunately, we do have to do 12 measurements here, so this will take 10-15 minutes or so. But instead of buying a microscope, which is probably the easiest way to do this, I already have a camera. I already have some optics. I just don't have a way of rigging it all in a stable way like you'd have with a proper microscope base. Also, I may not want to look at things or photograph things that only fit on a microscope slide. Obviously, the paper stuff that I do makes a lot of sense, but that's just one thing. So I think I'm moving more towards the range of some crazy high magnification photography, which requires its own rigs, its own controls, lighting, things like that. So it's a whole endeavor, but I think that's actually going to be relevant to other projects, as in I'll be able to reuse those skills or even parts of it to build other projects that are kind of similar, with repurposing my camera in weird and interesting ways. So we got another couple 6.7s here, very nice. 67.91, 9. How close is that? 9.2 it's saying now, so we'll go with the 9.2. Okay, so we got our first 6 options. You know, Chiefs, I actually couldn't tell you. I am pretty unaware I know it's not like proper D&D. It's much faster paced. I guess there's some like quality of life stuff to its function, but at its core, it's still a role-playing game as such. Pathfinder? Wish I could tell you. It may be. It may be. I'll have to find out. I'll try to remember that and get back with you. Okay, so I've got my measurements off this very faintly etched square. And maybe I'll actually save this paper for once. That would probably be a good idea. And I just entered this into the software now for each one. So 67.9. And then we use a tab. We got 68.55. 70.45, 71.06, and another set of 67.31 and 67.92. If I am a little bit slow today, it's because I am. I spent yesterday and a decent part of today working on my taxes. So I am mentally fried. I had an issue with it. It turns out it could be resolved, but it wasn't clear the way that you would resolve it normally. So I was doing all this research trying to understand more of the taxes than I ever wanted to. And yeah, a lot of the type of stuff that really fries my brain, where you're looking at this document over here, but it's on the computer, and then you're rifling through this document here, and it's paper, but it's on the second page, and you have to look for this. So it's like constantly searching and researching for reference information, and shit fries my brain, I'll tell you. So got my measurements down. I'm gonna just double check them because I entered them pretty quickly. 06, yep. 192, good. All right, I'll hit the next screen. Now it's bringing up measurements to get for the opposite lines. So we will be doing this orientation. This will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, now we just got to measure them. Get my light back over here. What I would love that I don't have is some way of optically measuring things, where I could take a photo of something, bring it up on the computer, and plot 2 points and have it spit out the distance and have it be perfectly accurate. Like you could zoom in to the middle of a very tiny line and measure it. That's kind of the inspiration for a lot of this research I'm doing for microscopy, and converting my camera to being able to do high magnification photography. The idea of being able to create a reference image, have some sort of standard setup to where I could bring up an image and know, okay, you know, this calibrator is in view, or I know that it's all set up properly, so I can actually measure this per pixel. That would be really, really cool, because this is tedious. The physical limitations of this is an absolute downside. But actually getting this light out of the way is helping me a bunch. Kind of looks nice too. All right, so we'll get this measurement. Which is 72.76. Okay. I have no idea how precise you have to be, but I do know it can't hurt to be pretty accurate. So I'm trying to be. The dream is with enough calibration, I can create perfectly scaled things on a computer to physical life. Like if I wanted to make a tiny little ruler, like what's engraved on this caliper, I could do that. But I just have to get the right calibration tools and have ways of measuring that are accurate. This is not perfect. It's close. But it will never be perfect. There's too much human error involved in the alignment here. 73.62. Okay. Just 4 more measurements. Actually, only 3 more. We'll be able to put all this in. It'll make all of its corrections and we'll be good to go. And I'll keep this damn sheet. 72.45. Hopefully the weather's been better for you guys. We had a really nice week. And then again, it's cold this weekend, which is kind of a bummer. 70.87. I guess I could zoom down a little bit. Should have done that the whole time. Silly me. .47. I feel like we've done that. We've been really close. 4.6 and 4.5. All right, that is the measurements done. Thank goodness. I will put the calipers up. I think that should be it. I just dropped something on the ground I didn't really want to drop. That's annoying. Jesus. Let's see if it's still in good shape. This is actually a little... Oh, well, it feels like it's in 2 pieces. Let's see. I dropped this bag. It might be okay. It's a little magnifying lens that clips onto your camera. I forget the magnification of it. Let's look. Oh, that's the wrong way. This way? It's dirty as hell. I can't tell. But this little light is what broke off of it. It's not a big deal though. I think it's got a little black light. Kind of an ultraviolet light. But for some reason, the battery door's messed up. Oh well. This was my first look into higher magnification stuff. I just hold this out in front of my phone to document stuff. But I'm doing enough with these lasers now that I think I need a proper high quality solution that's repeatable. And we're just trying to establish what's going to make sense with that. Maybe look into a photogrammetry program. That's the closest thing I can find to what you're looking for. Yeah, photogrammetry would be taking photo data and recreating it into 3D models. And it's something I've done. I've actually had some good success with it in 3D printing. And I plan to do it in the future. I have modeled 2 ergonomic mice bodies that fit my hand perfectly. So one of the projects we'll have eventually is making that into a 3D print and then tearing apart the parts from a mouse and integrating those, and then having my own personalized ergonomic mouse. And I think photogrammetry is how we're going to do it, unless I get a 3D scanner. But I kind of like trying stuff with the cheap approach first. I don't think there's really any harm in that. So photogrammetry would be the way, because there's open source stuff. For high magnification, I need a focus stacking software. There's a couple options. One I own, one I do not, but the one I don't own I kind of want to own, so I'll probably get that. And you'll take consistently focused images, so you change the focus very slightly between each image, and it will stack up all those images. It'll create a depth map, and it'll figure out what parts are sharp, what parts aren't sharp, and then combine them all. So you can get all the resolution and scale magnification benefits without the focus drawback of high magnification photography. As you move closer to an object, as you magnify it more, your depth of field gets shallower and shallower. So there's stuff like that, but you can also, let's see, there's also composite panoramas, where you take overlapping images and you stitch them together. That's kind of similar to photogrammetry, but it's combining images, not necessarily trying to figure out depth to it. So two-dimensional versus three-dimensional is essentially what it is. But there's a lot of cool stuff I want to get into with that. Basically, this laser's so high detail that I need to find extremely high detail assets to be able to reap the benefits of it. And it's an extreme fascination of mine at the same time. So it'll all work out, but it's going to take a long time. A lot of ramp up, a lot of learning. So a slow process. But you know what? Streaming is maybe not the worst thing for it, because you guys can hang out. We can kind of learn things together. So I got my next set of measurements from the other side here. So I'll just punch these in. Got 72.76, 72.04, 73.62, 72.45, 70.87, and 72.47. And I'll just double check these. Seven 72.47. Okay, I'll just hit next. And now we have all the scaling conversions that it's made. So I'm going to screenshot this. And mark it as the 150 millimeter lens. I guess I'll also, this will have the date on it. And I'll just save this to my screenshots folder. Oh, I already had one. Nice. I'll just add the date on the end here. So that is, actually I think this one's done properly. The last one I did not follow the instructions correctly, so we'll save this paper. I'll just write the parameters. So this is the 150 millimeter lens. I'll just write that I did follow the instructions. I'll write the date. 222 0.26. Cool. And I think I've got some papers over here somewhere. I can hang all this. Okay, good. I actually messed it up the first time, and I even figured it out and wrote it down. So we're gonna borrow that piece of paper now. I just need a hole punch from my little thermal laminator down here. Very good. And then I can hook these up. Now I've got my 2 calibrations I can always pull from in the future. Just have these 2 pages on a little ring, and then I just hang them up on my shelf and hopefully not forget about them like I did this last time. Okay, let's get these goggles back on and get the laser source heating back up. And I think we'll just mark the back of this to start dialing all this in. So we've got a project that's been ongoing. This is for my friend Star. She's a streamer and really liked one of these projects I was working on. So we're making one for her. Mini cards, card, time zone for Star. So bring this in. I wonder why hasn't our work area updated? Let me Google. Oh, I think this is what we had trouble with before. So my workspace is still stuck at the old lens's size, so it's really, really tiny. And unfortunately, it's a little bit weird with this laser trying to update that. So I was hoping when you calibrate the lens, it would update. That was kind of the goal. We'll go to the actual light burn. Yep, I always manage to get myself into these weird places where a lot of the tutorials that I can actually watch, a lot of the resources that are out there, don't apply to me because I've narrowed in on some weird setup. Size pulled from the working size of your machine's bed, which is set up when you add your machine to Lightburn for the first time. Okay, well I've changed it already. Does it change the size of the Lightburn? The size of your machine? You must have the machine selected in the laser window. What you talking about? And then I usually end up with like an old version of Lightburn, so now stuff's done differently. Okay, well, we do have device settings, separate setting for all this. So this was our lens updates. We put that in properly. So why on earth? That's not relevant. That's not relevant. Let me turn the frame speed back up. I actually kind of liked it where it was. Oh, what the hell? And now it works. Okay. I guess I just had to go to those settings. All good. I think somebody... Yeah. Someone was giving me a gift sub, which is appreciated. Let's get back to my chat. Very good. All right, let me add in a view for you guys. I'm working on a new profile today, so some of my stuff's kind of broken. Display, we'll just do display capture. We'll pick a display. There it is. And I guess I'll just make it a little bit out of the way instead of setting up another camera. So now you guys can kind of see Lightburn. This is the project, and we have some things we need to fix. So if I go to my preview and I look at where these lines overlap, there's gaps because it's two separate layers and they're kind of ignoring each other. What I've also done is Denmark and Germany share a time zone, and I want to denote that. I fucked up and I put UK instead of DE. I think it needs to be, but otherwise everything else is correct. I do need to like sanity check myself, and maybe this is where you guys come in. So all of these countries observe daylight savings time except Japan. The original plan was to make 2 cards and have them back to back. One would be like for 1 hour of daylight savings adjustment, and the other would be for the other hour. My problem is, and let me snooze this ad, pesky little ad. I don't want to make 2 cards if I don't have to, because alignment could be really tricky. And it would be complicated on one card to denote that this country, this country, this country, and this country are shifted by 1 hour, because this one country isn't. So what I'm denoting here is that instead of all the other countries adding an hour from March to November, instead, Japan is subtracting an hour. But they don't normally have daylight savings time, but I think the calculation works. Mentally, though, I can't keep it straight in my brain because we're doing some weird things. But it kind of sucks to like permanently put this on something and give it to somebody thinking it's correct, and then it isn't, and now you've got permanent errors. It's a weird responsibility, but we just have those few things to do. So why don't we'll go through and kind of try to flash these layers. They're so hard to see at the moment. I think we've condensed a bunch of these, all but first cut, no, or final cut. Angle lines, no, that's not it. This one's set to show. My goodness, this is so hard to see. Are these still text layers? I may have already converted this earlier. TV line. Anything that's still labeled as output, I'm going to try to maybe move down. This could be... I'm working in basically what was the prototyping document, let's say. So I like made the prototype and then I copied and started the full version. So I have a bunch of layers that aren't getting used. And I cannot right now. This is a lot to look at. But we're gonna struggle through as we should. I guess I've got a little battery left in this little light. Let's give ourselves a little fill light here. Ooh, way too much. Let's try that. You can kind of see me better. So maybe we turn the laser back off and cover up the lens, because I can't see these tiny little lines. Okay, I think that layer... Oh, this layer might be the text. Nope. I was not so lucky. So I really should have kept labeling these layers more accurately than I have been. Because now now I need to fix this. And I don't have a text layer. I think I've merged a bunch of things. All but line layers. So this, yeah, that's the layer that's been merged. So what I need to do is turn that off and flip through here until I find a layer I can control again. Oh, this one. Okay. But maybe not this one. So this looks like, okay, times winter. Okay. So that works, but where's my... That's confusing. It adds this in, but I can't... It's on the same layer, but I can't control this? And it's only showing me the size of the smaller text. So it's like I'm not actually selecting... Oh? Over here I did. Okay. There it is. I was just clicking the wrong spot. So this should be DE for Denmark and Germany. Let's make sure this is abbreviated. Deutschland. Yes. Okay, that is correct. Thank you, Lucine. Appreciate the tab and the first chat. Have a great time. We do have ads starting soon, guys. Just a heads up for you. And just in case you aren't able to listen, I will send some hearts. Alrighty, ads are running, friends. Okay, we've got that fixed. I think we're good there. This layer, though, is way up. Oh, this is... What did we determine here? Because this is times summer, times winter. Ah, that's right. Because when we were prototyping, we were trying to get summer time zones, and we were trying to get winter. Yep. So we're 1 hour different. So let's go to our time zones winter. And let's try to update that one specifically. There we go. So we just weren't clicking on the right spot. All right, that is fixed. I'm gonna save this file. And this is our time zones winter. So I'm gonna hide this now. And I'm gonna go through and make sure we've got control over the rest of this. So we have angle lines. Okay, I see those. We will output those. All lines. This is a combination layer. So I'm actually going to mark this to not output and not show. And I need to build this up separately. So we're going to keep the final cut. That actually still stays a separate layer. Angle lines will be condensed. That goes in there. That'll go in there. Times winter. What about our... We've got lines there. We need one more set of lines. Okay. So all of that, I think... All of this, when it gets added up, will be our complete part. We're missing outlines for the countries. So this, there it is. Good deal. All right, that is looking good. So you can see right now in this same spot, we're doubling up. We're running over the same area twice, which is not the goal, because we might alter that spot too much. We could burn through the paper. So I need to select the relevant layers here and merge them into one layer. This also gives us a speed benefit because it will only go through once instead of multiple times. I'm going to plug my little light in and we'll keep rocking with this. It's actually been pretty nice to have. So I'll just unplug my Bluetooth. Hopefully the plug's on the opposite side of the switch. Nope. Hopefully this is oh, it's a micro. Micro B. All right, just swapping over to charge this little thing. Well, I'm glad I got to go live today. I wasn't expecting to with... Well, I actually took a fat nap today, too. It's been a... I did get up at 5 something a.m. I had a work shift, a short little work shift. But still, it was... With that and finishing up taxes, I was not in the headspace to do this and not the things I had to do, so I'm glad to be here. I really wasn't sure what was going to happen there. I've also been researching audio a bunch. Since this last week I was doing some filming with the big camera. I've run into some audio limitations, so I've been trying to research the process, refresh on it, look at microphones, sound recorders, field recorders, things like that. We'll see how it goes. It's a whole thing on its own, and I keep getting into the struggle of, do I keep doing the basics and doing that, or do I invest some and not have to buy 2 or 3 times as I progress through this? Kind of the buy once, cry once concept. Where do I want to fall on that whole thing. So we'll see. Lots of research to come. But, okay, so this is our file. We don't want all of these layers. I think about the only layer, maybe, that we wouldn't want is our angle lines. I think everything else could be condensed. I guess we wouldn't add the final cut. So what I'll do is with our select tool, I'll grab everything. I will duplicate it. So Control D. I'm going to send this to a different layer. So I'll just send it to a random layer that's open. And I'm going to name this layer Merge Down. We'll update its settings in a minute. And then I'll right click this. There should be a way of merging this. I guess I've technically put everything onto one layer, so that might have the effect that I wanted. Let me hide the output on these other layers. And then we'll look at our preview. It's set to line instead of fill. So I thought this dealt with our issue, this overlap. What is our problem here? I think, okay, so we'll combine these two to a group and see if that changes. Nope. But I want to merge these in some way. I know there's a way. I basically need these two layers to these two entities to become one. Oh, Boolean. But it doesn't come up. Oh, I moved it. That's annoying. Oh, I've grouped them, so I need to ungroup. Let me make sure it's two selections like it had been, and it's not like 80. So I just need the inside two, so I'll select those. We'll go to our tools. I'll hit weld shape. No, we don't want that. Okay, so how did I do this the other time? I basically just... I guess I'll take it if it doubles up. That's probably not going to be the worst thing, especially if we dial our settings in properly. And it would be the way to progress here. So the way to do that, to run it twice, would probably be... Yeah, it's ignoring the interference. Probably to bring this onto another layer. And we're going to have this... Actually, this may not even draw properly. No, it will. Okay. So if we... Yeah, I guess you'd have trouble creating this Boolean. So we probably just need to overlay this layer. So I'll grab this, move it to another layer, and we'll just name this, we'll just call this overlap. TV lines. And then what was this layer going to be? Why is that an additional? So this, I think, needs to get hidden. That layer. Yeah, so we're going to move that up. Kind of out of the way. And I guess I'll mark this, I'll write it down as land outlines. And then we'll bring back our merge down, our final cut layer on the outside. And that's the one that we're going to ignore. All that layer, mark this as old. And I'll move this up a few times. Angle lines we now need to enable. Let's check our preview again. The duplicates and not likely intended. Show me. The overlap TV lines. Yes, because we created a duplicate and then moved it. Okay. So we need to hide that. What? Oh, it has its own duplicate. So, oh, why is that not grouped? Weird. I guess I'll go ahead and... I wish you could just show the one layer. So we kind of do that. Select all this. I'll delete. That didn't work. We'll fix that in a second. All right, catching up on chat. Pecan Wonder One says you could laser herbal garden designs on pieces of a branch cut into discs like rosemary, cilantro, and sell them at farmers market. Yeah, you could. You could. It'd probably be reasonably popular as well. Ah, there we go. So we need to select the individual shapes here because we have our duplicate and just delete some of these. Yeah, you definitely could do that. I guess as I go learning this tool and this software, eventually I will do some little projects like that. But I don't imagine going to a farmer's market and selling stuff like that will probably be worth my time. I'd probably have a lot more fun making random stuff here as gifts for people. I think that would be a little bit more rewarding to me. I don't remember which one this is. Why'd I not name every single layer? But welcome in, Pecan. Thanks for dropping by and leaving a comment. Okay, I think we ignore all those. And that. Let's look at our preview. Okay. We're overlapping. We've got our lines. Lines are lines and fills are fills. I think we are ready. I think we can do this. Our settings are off, so we need to copy this layer and apply it in a couple places. Well, that's our final cut. Actually, we don't want to. There. No, we do. No, we don't. That should be at the bottom. But these layers should be. So now we've got our 4 layers done in order. I think we could run this and see how it comes out. Let me save this. Let's get our goggles. And let's move our camera. All right. Let's turn our vent on just a touch. And just go for gold here. Let's hope this works. Oh, it'd help if I turned the laser on. And then also remove the lens cap. Both things that would help. So we gotta wait a couple seconds here for our laser to warm back up. Let's see. I kind of wish this was on the other side. And I could see it a little bit easier, the little power button that's flashing. I think that'll all work. How's our light? Yeah, it's kind of charging still. That's good. Still warming up. I'm liking the fill light from here is really nice. It's a good idea instead of having the darker look that we've had up here, so happy for it. All right, you ready? Nope. What if I turned it off? It was on, now I've turned it off. Pretty sure the button's out though. I guess I'll drink some more water. Still flashing. You can set up like mine, like the space and the lights and stuff. It's not too bad. It's taken a while getting it all figured out. I mean, I'm always changing it up. All right, I'm gonna hit run. Yeah, it's still not warmed up. Usually it goes a little quicker than this, I thought. So I may shut the laser off and restart it. Shouldn't take all that long. Just over all the equipment, tools, lights, fume hood, space. Yeah, I get that. I've wanted it for a very long time too. It's been a long struggle. This used to be basically a storage closet. And when I started streaming in very end of September last year, it was to get me in this room and actually get it cleaned up. And it has taken 5 months, 4 or 5 months of initially just streaming me cleaning the room up. And then I get a tiny corner I could work in, and then we get a little project done. And then that would enable me to get off my phone, and now we're streaming from webcams. And then I got a little bigger space clean. We started playing games. Then we started testing webcams because some friends were looking at webcams. Still haven't finished that video. Fair enough. The house has been a big part of it too. I made use of rental spaces. I had a wood shop in the basement of a rental. The landlord, he'd laugh. He's good. He laughed though. He's like, it looks like Dexter's Playhouse down there because I put plastic sheets up everywhere to stop the dust. And but yeah, having your own space, having autonomy was the goal. We when we bought this, that was the drive. It's maybe homeownership may not always be the right idea in every situation, but that was the motivation for me. So it still wasn't heated up, so I'm pushing the button in to match the button position of the main laser, and we're gonna hope that's good. So, but Choose, you can do a lot with the rental space. There's even ways of like these Varipoles. So with what the curtains run on behind me, and the lights hang on in the back, that rod that runs wall to wall, it's called a Varipole. If you needed a way of mounting things without damaging anything, that's a tool that can do it. It's kind of like a beefy shower curtain rod, in a way. Hey, okay, I just got confused about the button position on the laser, so let's head back over here and run this thing. So we're a little low on power. We're also outlining a bunch of stuff that I didn't think we were. So I think we've set something to... Oh God, that was loud. How many passes on the cut layer? 4? Okay. Alright, did that cut through? No. Yeah. Yeah, it did. Almost, actually. Not entirely. So I think we have, towards the edges of the lens, there's a loss in power near the bottom. So I'm actually going to move this whole thing up. I don't know if that's wise. Maybe that's not wise. Maybe we just do more layers, but we're getting close. It didn't quite properly work at the bottom here. It does look fairly sharp. I think we've set everything to be aligned. Yeah, merge down should be fill. Angle line should be lines. TV overlap should also be a fill. So let me check this again. Now it looks right. It looked right before, so I don't know what's up with me. You have a variety of interests and crafting hobbies that you'd like to have space for. Also need a better paying job. That's always the thing. It's like if you had a better paying job, you could do more of the projects. The one thing to consider though is if that job takes more of your time, then do you even have time for the projects? That's kind of been my experience. I've been fighting back quite a bit, trying to get back time, not work as much, so that I can get in here and chase some dreams. But I'm sure that there's a balance to be had there. So hopefully we get this dialed in pretty quickly and we're not just chewing through paper. We know that's pretty weak on the bottom. So maybe I wonder if we could probably do 2 of these side by side. Let's frame this. Yeah, I bet we can. So I'll just move this over. Maybe all the way up into the corner too, so our scraps are better utilized. And then I wonder, is this gonna stay? Kind of. I'm gonna try to lay something on this. Ah, it doesn't work. Maybe we just leave it. Got a random cat hair. Yep. Let's bump our power. I'm gonna drop our frequency and our speed. On our, well, that was the line. That's still probably accurate. That's all really accurate. So I'll add those. Our final cut, I'm gonna change it to run slower. And we'll keep the passes. We'll just rerun it if we have to. And we'll run this. That's a bit better. We may need to redial this in and check it for sure. Why is that stuff still coming out as lines? Oh, crap. So I'm copying from a line, pasting settings, and that is copying over the line to the fill. That's what I keep doing. So we're gonna have another fail here. We'll see how this cuts though. Chu says, for me, I've been driving across town for work, so it's been wasting time driving an hour and a half a day, although I'm going to be moving with your cousin soon and looking for a job in that area. Okay. Hopefully that works out for you, Chus. I've always been very sensitive to commutes. I really don't want to work far from where I live, so I've made a lot of choices based on that. I like to think that long term it saves me time. I think it does. I think it's been worth it. Okay, so we got our card here, which I can't quite properly show you. I can a little bit. It's pretty close. We need to adjust our settings once again, but we're getting there. You have no other option but for it to work, and I will bend fate to your will if you have to make it happen. Hell yeah, dude. Yep, I know the job market's been super shitty. Just a lot of job listings that are basically fake. I don't know what's going on with that, at least locally. But yeah, keep at it. You will find the real deal. Okay, we need to update our intervals as well. Because we need... What did we find? Was it 0.02? I have a little card somewhere with intervals on it. I need to really write this shit down and organize it like some of the rest of my stuff. But we've got these little cards here. TV overlap needs... Oh, I wrote some notes. Okay, TV overlap needs separate layer. TV overlap needs separate layer. I see. Yeah, that was the fix. Oh. Here's the one I ran last. So we're shy on detail just a touch. In a word, in a sense. Oh, this is... Yeah, that's one of the... Okay. couple iterations here. Speed, pass, interval 0.02. Okay. Okay, I guess I'll enter these settings. So we did 0.02. We were calling this frequency of 40. 500. We'll keep the speed. And did we care about the dot width? No, I don't think we enabled that. So we'll hit OK on that. Then we'll copy this. We'll paste it on these, but reset some of these. That won't matter on that one because it's line. So I'll just check my two fill layers. We're looking pretty good. And I felt my phone buzz, so let me double check I'm not missing anything important. We're looking good. We'll do a little bit of maintenance here on my tabs. Make sure my friends are still doing good. That's me. Allegedly rated into me, so I've been watching myself. That's funny. And we don't have anybody else that I can tab up at the moment. So good deal. All right, we're back. We're back. All right, we're getting close. We've got an almost good result. Just a couple details missing. So let's line this up. There's a slight burn through on this last round, so it's actually giving me some alignment here, which is kind of funny. I need little bitty magnets would technically work. Flat and dense, but I don't want these to be attracted to each other. Just want to keep the paper flat, that's all. We'll try that. You have to put that line in a book, actually? Yeah. It's a good line. It goes hard. All right. Just one moment here. Dinner! All right, let's run this. See what we get. There we go. The fills are the fills. Zoom out a little bit. That's looking better. That's looking a lot better. Okay. We have a lot more line density now since we've increased it. Oh, that's cool as fuck. Turn this light up. That's really cool. Zoom back in for you guys. You can see it slowly working its way up. Well, we'll just leave it there. Why not? I've got some dinner to eat, so I'll just mute myself and see how this goes. We are getting pretty close now. It's just got a little bit left. Then it's going to start doing some cutting. The detail's looking really good. So we've got just the words for the countries being set out now. That final outline, and then I think it starts cutting. Or it does have the TV lines to do, actually. That is a separate layer, so we do have a little bit more time. Good. So I'm not done with my dinner yet. Getting very close now. Just finishing off the TV layer. Our overlaps actually don't look bad. I think we'll be okay there. I'll look closer in a minute. But I think it's looking good. So it's just got to finish the little bitty top piece. And then it's going to start cutting. 3, 2, 1. There. Ah, it's so cool. So we're good on the side. We're good on the bottom. And we must be good on the top. Okay, okay. Zoom out. Oops. Or the left, otherwise known as the right. Let's see if this comes free. It should. Our hardest to do side got cut through, so it should mean everything else got cut. Yes! Yes! I think that's a success. That is really cool. Let me, let's go to the back here and look at this. That's our result. I think that's a done card. I think this thing's ready to go. Let me cover the lens on the laser and then I can take my goggles off. Get a close inspection on this bad boy. I was worried we would be lighter where we doubled over, but it's not. So we're at like 100%, I'd say, of the... That's actually a good way to do it. Just overlap lines and do different power. And if you're still brighter, then you know you need to increase power per line. But that is looking fabulous. I'm really happy with that. Okay, so it feels good to have progress finally. I wasn't really expecting progress because it's been such a this has been a hard process. Harder than expected just because I'm trying to do more with it. So, get my bowl out of the way. We have some failed attempts, and we could use these to practice our idea for the laminating. Trying to think of the other option that we might have though, because I've got some good examples. I like to keep some of these cards as examples to show the progress. But if I don't write it down, it doesn't really tell you much, does it? You know what? Is that an optical illusion, or is this top not square? It's not. The side's pretty close. The bottom's pretty close. This right side is not. This top is not. Dang it! So that's our lens calibration. I thought that looked weird. So that means every line near the top of the lens is probably going to be skewed. And also we found out that the right side. And I know I measured everything correctly. It'd be nice if you could reproject from what you've calibrated and then correct from there and keep fixing things, not starting fresh every time. But I don't think we get so lucky. Well, that's a bummer because that's no bueno. It looks cool. I kind of like the effect, but it's not what we're going for. And it is it identical between these, or is it? Yeah, it is. Okay. So, sad discovery. New problems have emerged. Don't know how well you'll be able to see this. But yeah, one is square and one is not as square. Even the old one, the top's better on the old one. The right side is still bad. The bottom doesn't quite work. And that side's not straight. Well, that's annoying. I thought these things were supposed to be precise. Well, if it's the top and the right side, I wonder if moving it over would help. or if I just need to recalibrate again. Which I truly, truly do not want to do. The old calibration gave me a better result. What's up, Daddy? So maybe we go with the old settings, but I think I have actually shredded that paper. We gave up on it. We thought we were doing it right. So we started using that paper for other things. That's one of our... Yeah. There's our settings. Maybe we rebuild this, go back to the old settings, and then try to work with that. That's annoying. All right. Here's what we got. Trying to rebuild this paper after cutting it into a lot of little pieces. Also, the scaling was different. We did this on a different scale. Yeah, we did 100% of field instead of what was recommended. But it somehow ended up being more accurate, but still not perfect on this right side. So I think you guys might be able to... Nah, probably not. Probably not be able to see. But the software tells the laser to make a perfect square with an X or a plus in the middle. And what it projects is the uncalibrated profile, so you get all of the lens distortion. Well, we measure all of that, and then the software compensates for it, and you're supposed to get accurate results. And I have plans for needing this, but it's looking like no bueno. Because it was more accurate with the 100% of field. So I guess that's what we do, is go back to these settings. So I will snag a photo of this so I have a good reference, and we'll go to town. I should probably write. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna turn off the laser too, at least the source. So I'm gonna write down on our latest calibration that there's a top. Well, hang on. What if we compensate? Let's do that. We'll use this because it's really close on the other two sides and we were following the instructions. What if we combine these? No, that won't work. It wasn't the same scale. So we'll take the settings that we have now, but we can't input them the same way. I don't think, unless, let's look. Let's bring this up. Just move over. So this is our calibration window, which we've already been through once. This would run it. Let's say it does that. We select this, next, and then we put all of our information in here. So we could do it. We could do it. Okay. What I think we could do is tell it the error. We'll just add a little bit to some of these. Does that even look right? Maybe I should measure this again. Maybe it was a measurement error. That's what I'm concerned about, is I'm not being precise enough, or can't be precise enough. And now we're having bizarro issues. Yeah, that's pretty much dead on the money. And then it would be this right one. That does come out shorter. This comes out at 70.92. I guess you could keep running through this until it's perfect. What I'm really concerned about is that at this scale it'll be perfect, but at a larger scale it wouldn't be, or at a smaller, I guess a smaller scale it technically would get more accurate. There's less deviation, less distortion. I guess I'll check this whole right side since it's in question now. 67.97. I feel like I'm more accurate, so I'll update this. Okay, I'll check this top. .61, and I have 68.6 for 6855. So we'll try that. But it's this top vertical measurement that's kind of throwing me off. It almost needs to be like a millimeter longer for how off that was. Like I could tell it. 72.07. Maybe we will update these settings as they are. Run a square. See how that looks. And go from there. Got a friend tab up. Two friends. There we go. Okay. So let's enter these into our software. All right, we know that's correct for that at least. So let's add our 67.9. 0.61, 70.45, 70.92, 0.31. 97. Hang on. Did I do the right ones? 2, 3, and 4, and 5 and 6. Okay. And these are 72.76. 2.04. 73.62. Mm-hmm. 72.45. 87. 247. Okay, so that's what I've got written down. Scales now adjusted. Largest usable area. Note the outside specific field flows power may decrease slightly due to increased spot size and reduced focus. Yes. I don't think we need to. It's weird how that changes so much. I'm gonna hit maximize working area. We'll hit OK. We're gonna disable 3 layers and we're just gonna cut. So let me enable that. Man, it'd be nice to get some real tools for measuring some of this stuff. Ooh, that's a good cold breeze. Sheesh. I've got project notes up here. Have I written these down somewhere? I have not. Not fully, at least, so we'll leave that for now. I've got some paper scrap I can save. All the lasers. Oh, it's just about ready. Oh, I feel so much better getting some admin tasks done this week. Weekend, really. It's been a little mood lifter. Okay, now we're just going to run the cut layer. So we'll turn on the vent. And I'll lay down these magnets just for the weight. I might as well frame this. I'm kind of guessing. We have a lens cap. That helps. Okay. How's that looking? I think that might work. Let me give you guys a better view now. And let's cut this thing. I think it's through by 3 passes. Okay. So this is to see if the remeasurements we've done have fixed anything. No. And this is still way off. So I will measure couple parts of this. I guess not really sure what we asked for width-wise because it's not perfectly lined up, but 113 on the top. Let me grab this layer. Yeah, it says the width is 108. That's actually considerably off. So if I was trying to reproduce this and I made my laser more accurate at some point, it would be completely different. And that's 112. So I don't know that this calibration's the most accurate. I don't know if that's a Lightburn problem or a me problem. But we definitely don't have a straight edge on this side. Not that you'd be able to tell necessarily, but take my word for it. So we are I wish I could just tell the software, hey, this didn't work. This is wrong. And it would be like, yeah, we'll adjust by this much. How far off is it? We'll fix it. All right. So I think what we do is drop back to our okay. Whole reference sheet over here, and we'll go back into Lightburn and see what we can do here. So we'll go back to calibration. Okay, now we've got our settings. I think we do the same, but we add where we think it needs it, and we'll just hope for improvement. So this one is a 6.9. 8. That's a 70. This one we need to add. So I'm going to do 71.92. Wait, it's the wrong way. So it's actually... So it's projecting a bulge. Now that we've cut, we have concave. So we need to tell it to correct less. So I should tell it the distance is shorter than it actually is, instead of longer. So let's do... .3, close to a millimeter shorter. And then distance 5 is 67.31. Distance 4. Did I get that right? Yeah. Okay. And this one is, we'll just say it's the same. Okay. Now our measurement 1 seemed okay enough. it was measurement 2 that needs to be shorter than what we did. So if it was 72, let's do 70.5. It's a lot. 73.62. I don't know if these measurements have to work together. I'm a little bit concerned of that. Okay, I will take a picture of these inputs. Actually, I didn't really do that in a way that's going to matter. Oh well. Let's just roll with it. I created some new settings for us. Let's flip our paper around. Maybe I should get some printing paper on this. Just some junk paper. Instead of a nice cardstock. Okay. I think we're ready to cut this. Let's go. Oh, we're just barely off the top. That's annoying. 3 passes and it sounds like we've cut through. Let it finish its 4th. Or now it's 4th. Okay. Yeah, it cut well enough. Let's cap this lens. See what we got. I think we've improved. So I really should have written down what we put in there. I know it wasn't enough. So let me just put the new one behind, put these two together. We have improved slightly on the top. Nothing on the bottom. We've also shrunk. Which is more accurate, but I just want straight lines. That's all I need. I don't know that we've really changed this too much. You took a picture, right? No. Welcome in, Rita. Everybody, this is So Rita. She makes bags. She lives in the UK. Great taste in music. She games as well. Great streaming setup. Good lighting. I don't have Twitch commands because I'm not about to worry about it yet, but I got this. I got this. I recommend everybody go give Sarita a follow. She's awesome. And if you like her bags, get a bag. They're like, what would you describe the bags as? They're reasonably sized. They're kind of like a backpack sized. A small backpack. Kind of like a, what was that brand with the fox? That was really popular a few years ago. Kind bag or something like totes and handbags. Yes, that's about the size. But they're lovely. No, Rita, I did not take a photo because I was already past that screen. And I think we've changed the scale, but not fixed the problem. So we've kind of worked on fixing a different issue that I wasn't trying to fix. Yeah, these look identical. So I wonder if it's the relationship between the numbers instead of a specific position or measurement. I will be away from chat for a second. Google is calling. What do they call it specifically in here? Calibrate Galvo lens. Incorrect focal height doesn't sound right. Measure the corners of the square and adjust the skew and light bridge calibration window until the distance between opposite corners is equal. But it doesn't give me access to those. Ah. Check back on chat real quick. Okay, let's bounce back in here. Mount, you don't want to go to frame. You know, I wonder. What if I don't do this manually? I've assumed that this is the way, but what if it is not? What if we do the default calibration? So that would be device settings, load COR file, desktop, laser USB, Omni One, software 150. We need our OmniCore file. So I'm loading that. So it's ignoring all of this. We'll hit OK, and we'll just run this again. Use up a whole other scrap of paper. I can always order more. It's my special paper. I'll make sure I get this one high enough, unlike last time. And then I'll frame this. Take the lens cap off. That looks pretty good. All right. Give you guys the view. We'll run this. I somehow feel better about this. Maybe it's just because it's been so finicky doing it the other way. It didn't cut through as well. It should be the same setting. This is a little weird. I think technically this moved on us. Maybe after it cut it lifted up. That might be why. All right. So it's actually closer. Still not perfect. The top's really close. The bottom's really close. The left and right are a little bit pinched. But they're about symmetrical. So I'm inclined to just leave this the fuck alone and roll with this now. So why don't we, since we've got the laser going, we'll run this. We will cut our latest top piece. We'll cut some layers out of this paper and other colors, maybe 5 layers, and then we'll leave that, and that'll just be to be put together, and we'll use these other scraps to test. So we've got a lot of scraps now. So now we can get a little time lapse going again on this scrap here. It's nice how that kind of lays in there. I guess I could cut this excess. Why don't I do that? Okay. Oops. I'm shifting the base. Something like that. I'll run framing. I'll actually enable these layers. Frame it. It's much smaller. So there, we were messing something up. Okay, I'll give you guys a view. I'll zoom in a little more. And I'll run this, and then I will take a break while this is going, get some water, and I'll be back. I've realized something. I do have this white core paper that may potentially give us more contrast than what this is. So I think we should test with that as well. Maybe layer it in. It would look pretty cool layered in. So we'll let this finish. This will definitely be an option. We'll leave the scaling as needed to make this all work. The paper's kind of bulged up slightly, probably just from the material change. I don't think there's a lot of heat, but what amount there might be. If I were going to batch produce these, it'd probably be good to have a fixture, a jig that had an outline, like a square cut just larger than the laser working area, and then it would clamp down on the paper and keep it flat on all sides. That would be nice. But we'll get a piece of white core paper in here and do some testing on it to see if we can get better results with that or something like that. We may end up doing that. It's thicker, I think, so cutting will take a lot more passes. That should be doable. And then I'm getting set up behind us on the top down. Once we're done with cutting for a bit, we're done with the laser for a bit, we can explore another idea that I've had. All right, this one's almost to the cutting step. There we go. It sounds like by 2 passes it's through. Maybe it just needs to go slower so it cleanly cuts. Yeah, it's dropped out of there. That's a good cut. All right. It's a pretty fine result. I think that's something we could work with. So let's swap this out. Let's go look at this other paper that I got. So I have multicolor, which why don't we open up? Maybe. You know what? I would probably really like working for a paper company. I'd probably just be the happiest little guy. All right. So these are the colors that I have. Whole lot of the rainbow. What I'm thinking is we try to grab purple, which I'm not actually seeing in here. Maybe we'll grab a teal, although my glasses might be filtering out some of these colors. But we'll grab a color and cut 2 of these squares, rectangles out of it. And then we'll add up like 5 layers. We'll have like black, teal, black, teal, black, something like that. So there's, when you look on the side, there's kind of an interesting edge to it. I'm hoping. But I think it's worth exploring this. This is a white core paper. So it's black on either side, but the middle is white. And the thought is, if we can remove the black, you get a higher contrast than just the bleaching or whatever we're doing to remove the ink and leave kind of this gray. So I think that's worth exploring. Let's, maybe we'll load up a different profile and do some specific material tests on this. And I may even cut this down a little bit. Just so it's more manageable on the laser bed. Let's just go for half, roughly. That's 12 inches, so it should be 6. All right, we've got ourselves a few squares here to work with now. And let's see what we can make happen. So I'll just drop one on there. It's not very flat. This has been kind of sitting for a while. Oh, that side's pretty flat. That's interesting. Our focus will be off slightly, but I think that's okay because we actually want the depth for our cut here. I will save this project on the Lightburn side. And we'll come back to it. I could duplicate it. Yeah, let's save this as testing the white core. And now this is that project, so we can actually get rid of some of this. Maybe what we do first is so we know it's these 4 layers for the final trial. I'll just add in some text. It wouldn't do it just there, would it? Yeah, that's all one piece. Let me see if I can locate just the text in a prior layer. Times winter. Okay. So we could do that one. Let's do that. And copy our settings from the layer that we've been using. And just verify those. Looks good. And now we'll be doing this layer of text, these lines of numbers, and let's see how that works out. All right, let's run that. It's looking pretty good. It's not running everything together. It's running it all individually. It's less efficient, but it should still be pretty accurate. And it's quick enough, it shouldn't take too long. Yeah, we have this is our old text. Should be our old text. Let me compare. Yeah, we need to change that. Unless we keep it. It's kind of silly. Corn Country. We should get rid of Corn Country. All right. Let's take a peek back here. I still can't take my glasses off, but I think it's fair to say that difference is pretty significant. What do you guys think? Definitely shows up on camera. It's much brighter. So now I'm curious how deep that was. So let's test my other theory. This will be a good test of that. So we still need to change Corn Country, so we'll try to remember to do that. But back over here, let's make ourselves I guess a damage test, maybe? So in Lightburn, we've got that layer. We'll get rid of that. Now we have nothing outputting. And I'll go ahead and hide. Leave that outer, those lines. We're gonna make a couple rectangles. So we'll make it a couple millimeters tall by 20 long. And I'm gonna move this to layer 29. Yeah. Where's layer 29? Oh, we've used that layer. So I'm gonna do that. Move this to layer. I wish I used these properly. I wish it would tell you which layers are being used. 12. 12 is used. 13 has not been picked. So we're gonna go layer 13. Okay, good. This will be a fill. For layer 13. And I want to, actually we won't rotate it yet. We're gonna duplicate it. And we'll rotate this other one. Just enough. Okay, so we have two overlapping, very long rectangles. And I think these need to be separate layers for this to work properly, so it doesn't just try to do both. Let's look at our preview and see what it's gonna do. Yeah, it's not gonna double up. So I've selected one. Let me find another layer that's not getting used. Let's try 15. I think we did good. Okay. And we'll make this also a fill. I'm going to copy my settings from one of these earlier. Paste, paste, and re-enable these. So now we should see that these both overlap. So in this space here, it should double up. If we are getting our maximum damage to the paper, to the black layer of paper already, we shouldn't see an improvement in quality. But if we aren't quite there yet, having that extra, that doubling of power should mean that we see a brighter area. So this might help us dial in our single pass settings for this paper. So I actually think that's going to work pretty well. Nothing else is set to output, so let me grab my big cardstock and place it over here. Let me see how centered we are. We're not very centered, so I'll grab both of these. And what's it, 75? So roughly there should be centered. And we can verify this by framing. Why is that? It's showing a very large area to output, which it shouldn't. Trying something different there. Still showing it. So we'll just run this and see. Who knows? Maybe it messes up, maybe it doesn't. Okay. And it'd be nice if the camera would go to its position too. Yeah? Camera? Maybe it reset. We'll just make a new one. Test it. Position 1. Position 2. There we go. All right. We'll just run this. Let's see what happens. Really fascinating the way the smoke gets illuminated. That is gorgeous. Okay. Well, let me peek at the result here. I don't think there's any... There's a little bit of improvement, so let's dial up. Let's increase our damage here, and I'll do that by decreasing our frequency for both of these layers. What's up, Shavry? How are you? Lasering goes well. Ish. We've had some complications. So we've been trying to make these cards. I think I could just show you back here. It's a little time chart that I've come up with, and it has some different time zones that I want to pay attention to, and you can kind of go through and compute based on the chart where the times are, or specifically there will be your actual math up here. But a friend liked this, so I'm trying to make one for a friend, but I want to make it nicer than mine. And that's what's been going on for like 3 weeks or more. So we're just, we're in the struggle zone at the moment. We've had successes, and we've had some annoying things. The laser not projecting properly, and I keep adding new ideas. So we are definitely learning things and making progress, but it does get a little bit challenging. How are you? I hope your day's been good. Okay, we're gonna run this again with a slower frequency, should give us more power. And we've also, what have we also done? Rolled them a little bit so we can see the separation better. All right, let's swap angles and run it. Much more damage there. That's extremely bright by comparison. saying it has finally had success with the chainmail weave that was giving me the business. So was this the big one you were working on, the bed-sized one? Yeah, I think the weighted blanket sized one, or has that long gone? Holy shit, this is much brighter. All right, that was the goal we were going for. Let's see this. So that's our latest test, kind of middle top. And then our last test down there. So we changed the kilohertz. This was 40K. Sorry, 40,000 kilohertz. And this one was 30. Around 20 is the most effective on this paper. But we're trying not to blow it up, basically. So I don't want to take, here, I need to, I'm going to cover up the lens on the laser. Okay, now I can take my goggles off and look at this a little bit closer with you guys. That's actually a gorgeous result. It's deep enough. Yeah, so I can see, I don't think you guys will be able to quite see this, but I'll describe it for you. So we have our rectangle that first got laid down. Then we started the second rectangle. So we're actually, in this diamond here, we're doubling our input. And what I can see is that we've cut deeper into the paper, but we've not gotten brighter in the middle like we had barely started to here. So that tells me we have too much power. We can dial this back. So as long as we're getting, yeah, this just tells us which way to go with the power. So we definitely need to reduce it. In this case, it means we can go faster, which is always nice. I haven't done a lot of speed testing recently to see the finest detail, but maybe we do that now, because now we're just optimizing shit for the sake of optimizing it. But let me catch up on chat here. No, the weighted blanket project got shelved. For sure, let me know they didn't have the budget. This is more of a complicated weave, but only for bracelet. Okay. Yeah, bracelet would be pretty cool. Thank you, Dottie, for letting me know it's looking good. I appreciate the encouragement. We're struggling over here a little bit. Just past midnight in the UK, so I'm heading off to bed. Good luck with the lasering. Catch you around. See ya, Dottie. Rest well. I hope work is busy enough and exciting enough to make your day go by quickly, but without too much stress. That's always my wish for things. So good luck with it. Sleep well. That's kind of a bummer, Kyle, about the weighted blanket. That's a cool project. I was really excited to see that. I don't think I've caught you streaming since then. Maybe I've missed you, but I'd love to see more of the chainmail streams. That was honestly a lot of fun, just chit-chatting about how that stuff works. So we're gonna dial back the damage by increasing the speed. So we're gonna go more than 25% faster. Let's go to 500 millimeters a second for both layers. That's another way you could maybe do this, is each layer could be a different speed, and you can test and see how those look, and then how actually we should be doing that. What am I saying? I'm gonna make this one 600. Which layer is this though? Because this is our diagonal. We're gonna make this 600. This could be a really good testing method, honestly. Kind of excited for it. And then I'll just run this. I think we're in focus and everything, so bring this over for you guys and run. I'm gonna hit stop because I left my lens cap on. Oh, it does burn. It does burn. I didn't think it would, being that out of focus. But that burns, so I'm gonna look at the lens. Oh, why'd that turn off? Oh, because we killed it. Dang it. My little extra light can't charge faster than it uses up power. Bummer. Aw, now it's like... Now it really won't start. Dang it. Need to let it charge for a bit. That's annoying. It was just holding on. Alright, let me get my phone. It's buried under everything. Alright, I've got... Oh, it looks pretty clean. Yeah, I think we're fine. I might... There's a couple specks of dust and stuff. I might just see if that'll move. Yeah, it's worth cleaning. Yeah, there's some specks. Hey, we got another buddy streaming. All right, I'm gonna check through my tabs real quick. Hell yes. I'm always excited to see my friends still going. Got some friends raiding into friends. Love to see it. Now we've got... Where are you at? Where are you at? There we go. Okay. All right, back to my chat. So, let's run it. So this should be 500 millimeters a second, which will be contrasted by 600. So we'll get two different shades and an overlap. And that is a great result. A lucky result, I should say. So I'll describe what I can see. The two layers, our 500 and our 600, they still have a little bit of black pigment, like the deepest little bits visible. But where it overlaps is perfectly clean. So I think we need a slower speed closer to this 300 to go fully down. We just don't need two layers of the 300. So that's great. We got lucky there. Just happened to find some decent settings. It would be really neat to carve this way. So we'll keep it at 300. Lucky us for discovering that. See if my little light will come on now. Still no. So sad. Let it charge. Okay, so we did this on a new layer. I'd love to rename this. I'll just save it for now. Yeah, we'll leave that there for later. For more tests, and we'll go back to this layer. So this is our other project. I'm still on the wrong camera. And this camera's looking the wrong way, so... Yep, there we go. Bye. So we got our results here. I think we just need to run a text layer at our slower speed. That's right. That's what we're doing. So we're doing, well, I should run it and then show you. So we'll do our, that's what we're doing. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to update our settings in here. So we're doing 300 at 30 kilohertz. We'll copy that, paste it. These go back to Phil. This will be our line. And I'm just gonna hit, oh, we'll need a lot more passes. I'll double it. And I'm gonna hit run. Just so we can kind of get some layers on here and make sure that we're doing the right stuff. It's crazy to work with the laser in an area where it does not have much power. Like specifically, like that's been the goal. And then to suddenly increase the power is really cool. I think that's gonna work. Let me show you this. How is that? I moved my camera. There we go. So it'll be a little bit harder to see, I guess. But this is the faintest white lines, and that would be the faintest white lines. So I think we're going to go with the white core for sure. Just so much more contrast on the text because we're exposing the middle core. I wish I had a ton more paper of this style. It'd be a lot of fun to use. But maybe this simplifies it. It's thicker. Maybe we just put 2 layers together. Maybe we could actually simplify this. All right, we're gonna fix Corn Country. I need to figure out something else for that, and then we'll run a full test on that piece after some water. Okay. So, I think this will fit if we do it this way. So this is one of our cutouts. Yeah, that's gonna fit on there just fine. Can't quite see, my little light died. So sad. Still charging, it says. I actually wonder what the heck is going on with it. Because it was on and then it completely went off. Oh. Okay. Well, she back. I missed you, little light. You're my baby. My sweet baby darling. Now we can see this a little bit better, right? Yeah. My rotten soldier. My good time boy. All right. So we'll do that. I think we just need to update this one part in here. So that is there. What did we figure out with that? Was it text and then this is a No, text. There we go. Okay, thank God. What are we doing? US Central? Are we gonna be boring? Is it? Is it Central Time? Like Chicago area? Time zone Chicago. Central Standard Time, not Mountain Time, like I'd kind of been thinking. Okay. Good. So that's fixed. I think we saved that. Our settings have, the frequencies have changed, correct? 30, 30, what is this? I'm gonna delete this layer. I don't see its purpose. There's my delete, okay. Yeah, I didn't see anything go away. Hopefully nothing did. Okay, now I'm getting excited again. Whoop, dropping paper. So, wonder if that'll be our flatter side. Let's frame it. And get you guys this angle again. So we'll hit frame over here. I think we need to go up. That should work. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, let's run this thing. This looks cool as fuck. So pretty. I wonder if it's worth turning some lights off. Oh yeah. That's really cool. Ah, this is so cool. This is the way to do it with the lights off. This is so mesmerizing. All right, let's get some lights back on. So pretty. I think this is more entertaining than a 3D printer. Probably just because it's got flashy lights. Alright, we'll be hitting a... I really don't want to bump it, but... Hell yeah. Hell yeah, guys. Fucking great result. And I had this paper sitting behind me the whole freaking time. Let's show you this. Look at that. Gorgeous. Compared to the best result we had on that paper. Gorgeous. Unreal. And we've got some like the paper shifts as it cuts situation. So the edges aren't perfectly dark. It's kind of overlapped a little bit, but you know, we're splitting hairs 20 times here. I think do we have some smoke damage? I have a tiny bit of smoke damage under the main text there. But otherwise, that's a hell of a result. Cheers, Kyle. All right. We sure do know what we're going to be doing. So, now comes the question. Do we... I guess we've got more that we could do. Let me put some brain on this for a second. How do we want to do this? Do we want... Because I'd love to get the laser basically done with. There's like no light on me right now. I'd like to get the laser done with. So we don't have this thing in the background on. Because it's not the safest to turn your back on. Just sending a quick text. All right. So I could cut out another card. And that would be our layer. Why don't we cut layers? We've got our done piece. You know, we'll go for gold here. So let's cut a back piece out. So what I'll do is I'll put weight in the middle and hope the outside doesn't shift. I guess if the outside shifts, that's fine. We just don't want the middle to shift and get lasered differently. Oh, I need some coins instead of, give me some quarters. We'll frame, oh, what the shit, man. I accidentally rotated my whole project. That scared the crap out of me. I was like, what if I didn't do that right? Why is Control S looking weird? Okay. Frame. I think we'll be good there. So let me turn off everything but the cut layer. I'm gonna have the cut layer run even slower. Let's run it at half speed. Pulse width, I don't think pulse width matters so much. But let's dial the passes down by 2. So it's still guaranteed way too much. And then we will get you guys over there. Which camera? There we go. All right, running a cut pass on this. And actually, we're gonna clear it with what we're working here, so I'm gonna actually roll this extractor in a little bit. I hope this comes out clean. Past 2 of 6. I'll just check through my tabs while we're doing this. Sounds like it's getting through. Yeah, it's definitely through. Is this the last layer? Is this layer 5? Or 6? That was layer 5. Okay. So I'm going to stop this. We'll just validate that it actually cut all the way. Oh, yeah. So 4 to 5 layers. Plenty. Nice looking card. I guess orientation's really going to matter since these aren't perfectly square. Crap. So let me pick out some paper back here. We'll just do one, maybe, to be for sure. So I'll bring you guys back here. Let's see. I'm a little colorblind at the moment with these glasses on, but I'm looking for a purple-ish. There's kind of a teal or a blue. This might be a little bit darker. Let's go with this. If we can get it out. All right. I'd like to cut this twice. Maybe cool to have this as the back. Yeah, that would be cool. Okay. So let's set this up over here. We'll bring this over, give it a little bit wider perspective. And we'll just lay that off in the corner. Lay that off in the corner. I'm assuming this is good, but I guess we might as well sanity check. That may not be good. All right, that'll be good if we slide it up. All right, we don't need 5 passes or 6. 5 was still plenty on the last one. So we'll just run this and stop it when it gets through. So let's go. I think it might be through. Let's let it finish a second pass. Maybe we should have let it go 3. The kerf in the bottom is much bigger than the top. So I'm guessing it's less focused over there. So maybe there's, I don't know if there's misalignment. The Galvo system is maybe slightly, I don't know, a little bit annoying. You pay for the whole shebang. I don't know which way this was. This is frustrating. Dang it. All right, we'll do this again. Let's frame. Sanity frame. Good thing we checked. That's gonna clear. That's not gonna clear. Now it should clear. All right, run this. Not quite through on 1. On 2, it's definitely through. I bet on 3, we'll let it get around this outer corner. Yeah, that comes apart a little bit cleaner. Okay, now we've got stuff to work with, and I think, without even really fully thinking through that, I'm just going to turn the damn laser off. Whoo! That thing gets annoying to listen to without headphones. It's fine when I'm just vibing and listen to music, streams, whatever. Yeah, so we've identified some things that we need to look at on this laser. Why is one side consistently larger dot size? Okay, our color's lovely. Much bluer than I had seen. How can we correct for the pinch? And then is it because we need to adjust the whole laser head one way or another? I don't know for sure. I should probably let this run for a little while. It is a little smoky in here. We'll just keep our vent fan kind of on low. And let's bop back over here. See what we got. Okay, so here's kind of the thought. We got this color. Let me see what the colors are here now. Oh, yeah, we had purple. So I thought this was lighter than it was. There's our first actual purple. And there's some real purple. Gosh. Yeah. Dang it. Worth it. All right, we'll cut that properly. The thought here is to layer these different colors. So we'd have like a blue back maybe. And then we'd put that all together, glue it all together. And then on the side, you'd be able to see the different colors. Looking at this now, there's really no way you're gonna be able to tell. These don't line up as precisely as I hoped, but I do like the back being a different color. That's kind of cool. So, to save myself the despair and disappointment of bashing my head against the wall a lot more, we're gonna pivot. And what we're gonna pivot to is an attempt to seal these. We've tried a whole bunch of different ways. The original thought was we were just gonna laminate it. And what we found with the laminator is that, try as we might, the sheets always seem to end up with little microscopic bubbles. So these might be an example of that. You can catch the light just right. Yeah, just in there, you can kind of see it never quite presses all the way down. I tried to solve that by creating a flatter layer on the paper, like seal in the low spots, and that's what I did with Mod Podge. We did acrylic. Acrylic came out decently, just not perfectly. Acrylic was the closest. It had the most clean areas. Maybe if you did more layers on it, you could get it to work. But all of these, because they're water-based or very thin, were penetrating into the paper, disrupting the ink, and literally darkening the white ink we had put on, and then the lines were almost invisible for the note cards. So I've been at a loss for how to fix that until I thought of something. And my laser's all confused. Let me come back to chat here. So this is what I thought of. I've realized maybe we need something that can change states. So not necessarily water, not necessarily wax. Wax is what I've settled on. I've got two types here that I'm curious about. And what I'm wondering is if we apply wax to the paper and then use that, somehow spread out the wax and have it create a layer. When we run it through the, why is my, there we go. Knowing that didn't come up right away. There we go. Now I can see chat from over here. If we can create a layer of wax, we should be able to move it around with heat as much as we need to. And additionally, when you run it through the thermolaminator, it should warm up, it'll flow, and then you squeeze it together. I don't know that it's gonna bond together. That's actually probably the exact opposite of what we're looking for. I didn't really think about that. But I'm trying to get this shit to work. So let's try some stuff. I've run an extension cord so we can do this a little safer. Not pop any breakers in this room. Got our heat gun. I'm really not sure what's gonna work here, but I'm just gonna grab some sheets that I don't care to lose the markings of. And we're gonna try to make some stuff happen. All right, we've got a whole bunch of tests, which we've documented at this point. I don't think we're too worried about losing the exact ones. So we've got blank sheets, and then we have our actual tests, which we've seen all kinds of progress today. Let me put these blanks over here. Set that over there. There it is, okay. Maybe I'll kind of lay these out. Just so we have a view of what we've achieved. So this is our goal today, our end result so far today. Pretty sweet, pretty improved, pretty excited. Now we're gonna try to seal these. I guess if we do the wax and the wax works on its own, bingo, because it's semi-waterproof, or would be waterproof. That's kind of what I care about. So let's do a blank one first, and we'll write on it like we had before, just so we can know in the future if our notes transfer or not. And I'll just do this as wax. Test 1. And I really don't know what to do. Do we just get some wax out of here. And like scrape it on maybe? And then spread it around somehow? Grab my knife. And then I'm trying to think of a way of spreading this around. I guess I've got a little old gift card type shape. So that's what we'll do. So this is just a bar of paraffin wax. Got it from a hardware store. I'm gonna scrape a blade along it to get some shavings, with the hope being that these will melt easily, and if I can spread them out, maybe they'll distribute. So that's kind of what we got. Hopefully they don't blow away. I didn't really think about that one. And then if it needs spreading, I guess I'll try to use this plastic card. So let's give this a shot before that gets hot, maybe. I don't think I need that in, so we'll just set that over there. I'm really worried these are gonna move. Yeah, they really want to. But if they start melting, it'll be okay. This is annoying. It's very annoying. I guess you could heat the paper from underneath. Let's try that. Well, it works. Makes the paper curl. Doesn't take long. The wax gets absorbed in like everything else has been. It's not sitting on top like I'd imagined. So that could be a problem. Let's heat this up more directly. It seems like we can kind of get this to reflow. And then I'll try to move this wax bar around on the surface. And kind of paint with it. Yeah, this is not how I imagined. I imagined this going a lot easier. You can kind of spread it around when it's still liquid. You can gather it and redistribute it. Yeah, I don't know why I thought this was going to work so wonderfully and easily. This is doing what everything else has done. And it's going all the way through, which is fine, I think. So let's get some parchment paper out, which I'm glad of now that I got parchment paper and not wax paper, because wax paper would not hold up to melting wax. But this will. Hopefully. So it almost seems like we could apply it from the back and have it go through. So maybe we just try that. I don't know what I'm doing. It's the whole point of this. We're testing stuff out. All right, too much heat. Too much heat. Jeez. Definitely melts easy enough. Just don't know how we're gonna determine what's enough in a certain location. It's also hard with one hand. This is annoying. I don't think we're going to be waterproofing anything with this. It doesn't really seem like that's what's happening here. We're definitely leaving some residue. Weird. Weird, weird, weird. Can I leave this here? Is that safe? I'm trapping one vent slightly, but it's probably fine. Kind of able to spread this pretty evenly. I guess if I had a little pool of wax, you could just dip this all the way in and it would take up what it can take up. And that would be kind of even. This feels like soldering. In a way. I guess in a weird way. May also be worth just trying to laminate this other one. This other type of paper, because it may actually just work. This is an absolute mess, guys. I don't think this is the way. I do think we are bleaching or causing the ink to run. What a mess. Somehow imagine this wouldn't be such a pain. It's an absolute pain. What on earth? Yes, in a puddle of wax. All right, so let's say we've saturated it all. Can we get it? Get the excess to just run off with the gravity and mild blowing. I guess you could blotch off the wax. It's a semi-smooth layer there. This is weird. I think maybe the text will be okay. But you'd have to like rub off the wax while it's wet, and then you're gonna smear things. So I don't think we're achieving what we'd hoped. Okay. Noted. I had dreams. I had hopes. All right. We're putting that away. The other idea was paste wax. It's a type where you kind of apply a wax layer and then you would buff it. and the friction of buffing would remove it and also polish it. Maybe that's worth trying. I'm trying to think what I have that's worth buffing with. I guess we do have shim toilet paper. Paper towels would be better. Well, let's try it. You know? I'm desperate. I'm really trying to make this work. It'd be my worst fear to put all this effort into something, ship it, have it get wet because it rained, and then the dang thing's ruined. That would suck. I don't like that. All right, I haven't used this in years, but do recall you treat it kind of like it's a, not a polishing compound, but like a conditioner for boots or something, like a leather conditioner. So you kind of just work it round, work it round, work it round. Build up some, and then you would apply it in smooth strokes. This is melting at a much lower temperature than just the paraffin wax, so whatever additives are in here are helping with it kind of conforming. And I guess the concept of polishing is that you're making something smoother, and you only make things smoother by taking off the high points so that it comes closer to the low points. So the thought there, then, would be that surely we're filling in the little bitty gaps in the paper and making this more flat. Whether anything will ever stick to this, probably not. So I don't know how you're expecting to glue layers together, but yes, must be with mineral spirits or something, because it smells delicious. It smells like I shouldn't be smelling it. All right, I'm not really sure, what to do. So we have applied it to one side. It has not bled through. That is strong. What happens if we hit this with a little bit of heat? What a way to describe a smell. Yep. All right, we got some heat going. Let's see. Interesting. Not a huge effect, but it does melt. You can probably see it getting a little bit shinier. So I'm curious, if we do this, does it benefit us in any way? I guess that's what we're looking for, is net positive. To me, it looks like it has just soaked in. Still stinks. It hasn't gone all the way through. We've really applied a very little amount. It's quite even, but to my eyes, this looks like it's just the same thing. So let's call this one layer. Smells delicious. Oh, crap. So this is paste wax. I had no idea you were back, Juice. Dang it. I thought I was talking to the void there. No one would ever hear that. Okay, paste. wax. It's on there for sure because we're not quite. So we'll just call this one layer. Okay, we're gonna get our laminator going here. We'll run a lamination test. Wish I had. Oh, yeah, I don't want to plug that in there. This thing's kind of crazy. How many watts it can pull? I think it's, is it like 1,000 on that and 700 on that? We should be good temporarily. Oh, that's a switch, not a extension. That's also the same thing. Dang it. All right, I guess I used them all. We'll just plug it in separate. Wait for it. All right. Turn that on. Put you to 3. Get that thing warming up. Okay, let's choose sane. I was trying to figure out what to make to eat. Popcorn. And then send a picture to allegedly human. It still smells, still smells. But it's a pretty even layer. Like, if that was on top of something, I don't think it would be delicious. I don't think it would be that much of a problem. We'll see how this laminates with one layer, see if it fills in any voids. And we'll try this a bit because I was really hoping. Let's see, are we warmed up? Not quite yet. I'll get a sheet ready. Come on now. There you go. Got our sheets over here. We'll just go with the not tried and true, but the most understood, the most tested. 3 mil sheets. Still not quite heated up. Yeah, I'm trying to make it less porous. I'm trying to preserve it. I'm trying to make it waterproof. We could laminate it, but when you laminate it, you get, you trap little bubbles in there. And I've tried all sorts of ways to fix that. But my thought is if I add a little bit of something in there that can flow when you run it through the lamination rollers, then hopefully that will seal the voids. The problem is the thermal lamination needs to adhere to the paper. Wax is not sticky. Wax is the opposite of helping things glue. So I don't think we're doing this the right way. But the concept's kind of there, and I was hoping it would work. Probably won't work though, like the other 30 tries I've done. Let me let this light actually charge up. Juice says, hopefully he's gonna send the perfect solution. It's kind of like the paper just keeps absorbing whatever I put on. Like if I put on a glue or an acrylic spray, if it's thin enough to wet out across the surface, it's thin enough to be absorbed. And then it's distorting the printing. Well, we're stuck in ads. Apologies. All right, come on now. Oh, I never started it properly. It was on the cold mode, dang it. It should heat up quickly at least. Let's spin this around. Spin it round, baby, baby, right round. Okay, let's go here. Let's actually go there, please. Okay. This is our paste wax. In our thermal laminating pouch. We're hoping the wax will add a layer. Is the cardstock hot press or cold press? That's a damn good question. I didn't know there was a difference. I wonder if it would say. Let me get an angle here. So that's toilet paper. Okay. This is very underexposed. Let's camera 2 image exposure. Or if we just do auto. Yeah, we'll do that. Cold press is more rough feeling and toothy. Definitely hot press. That's probably everything I'm working with just because it's finer grain on the laser. All right, running this through. It's getting sucked in. Okay, it ran through. And the verdict is... Where's my remote? More bubbles than I've ever seen before. Fuck. Ah, shit. That's so disappointing. The back's kind of the same. Use a heat gun and bubble removal tool. So before we got the laminator, we tried using just the heat gun. And we'd press it on, we'd squeegee it, we'd roll it. We've been trying it all. The only thing that got close really was the iron with a towel left on for way too long. But the boundary between that and it just burning and bubbling was, yeah, the iron did better. This is consistent, it gets all the way to the edges, but the iron was the least bubbly. And it can't be because of the pressure, because the pressure's plenty. Man, I just don't want to give somebody this bubbly mess. Like, can you guys see that? Like, look at all those freaking bubbles. And when I say bubbles, it's like, we're not talking like the big air bubbles that are trapped. This is like super surface layer. Where's my waxy one? My super waxed up one. Did I throw it away already? I did. Oh, we got it. Do we risk it for the biscuit? Do we run this through on another sheet and see what the hell happens? Because it's probably gonna squeeze it out, and then then my laminator is going to be covered in wax forevermore, and I'm going to go to laminate something important, and it'll get ruined. And I don't think I'm really answering myself any questions here. But we're going to do it for science. Okay, this is our first wax sheet. This is where we put the paraffin wax on and we straight up let it go to town. And then we kind of dripped it all off. So, all right, angle 2. Here we go. Juice is in chat, he believes. He's the only one that believes. Sounds like it's bubbling. Oh, Jesus. Interesting. Brother Choose, you might be onto something. See, I know I saw the little light. Oh, that's because we're on the same cam. Nope, didn't see there. There we go. Okay. That is not a half bad result. Beyond the giant, unfortunate bubbles on the side, the middle is super dark. So it seems like in certain areas we got zero adhesion. Not sure why. Maybe it feels like too much heat, but it might have just been too much wax. The back looks really good. What? I'm confused. Why is this like that's got wax from my fingers, but this is inky. We've actually gotten a result, so this does kind of work. Juice, that's funny. I'm on to a lot of things, but whatever deities decide to handicap me with ADHD, we're terrified of my potential. That's funny. That should be in your book too. I'd read that. I'd read that book. So we've actually had a result, kind of expected, not fully intended. I don't know how to say that. This is overall this is our best result. So is there a way? Use that heat gun and try to move the bubbles out. So the thing with the bubbles, they're a one-way deal. Once you see the separation, it's less of, it's like paint peeling on a car where it's rusting behind the paint. There's nothing for it to connect to anymore because it's like it's lost its adhesion. Juice says he believes. All right, we'll prove it out for Juice. Oh, I unplugged the thing. Hang on. Oh, I kind of got to let the laminator cool down properly. Oh, I do have a battery powered one. Okay. So this top corner is what we're looking at. That's true. I just feel like I have tried. heating up a little bit. So we got some movement. But it just didn't have anywhere to go. So it seems like the wax maybe is an interface layer, because it melts and reflows before we have problems with our... Oh, my card's melting. What if I just put a lot of pressure on that? Let it solidify. Used to cheat and poke a tiny hole. It's tempting, but I think it defeats the purpose. Oh, I have a little print of the card number on the back now. That's funny. I guess the wax and the paper deform. That's funny. So kind of surprising result, kind of impressive. It's reduced. I think it's just trapped in a tighter space. I mean, we're talking, I want like perfection that probably a much more expensive laminator can give me, like a photo laminator or something. But this is pretty close. What I could settle for could be, what could I settle for? Because this is it. This is 2 steps from being done. I got wax on it. God dang it. Now I'm leaving even more wax. Crap. Like if this was all glued up, one card and waterproof, I would ship it. I'd be so happy to ship this. But well, the other idea is you just ship this. I'm gonna laminate this. Oh, your boy Fi is getting tired. It's been on this one project for a while, a long while. We're gonna laminate it. It doesn't take long to make if I want to make another one. The other way I'm gonna deal with this is give up on the paper. And I feel comfortable doing that because I've taken it so far now. I wouldn't want to if I hadn't taken this so far and learned so much. It'd be to give up on the paper and move to metal and try to work on metal inlays. Basically, we'd etch the metal down in this pattern, scrub an ink across, and then sand back the ink that was left. You'd hit all the flat spots and you'd leave a dark contrasting ink on the inside is the idea. But you know what? YOLO. Let's try this. We got it right here. Maybe this paper glues better in these sheets. Maybe we're about to discover something. Choose, do you believe? You've been good luck for me today so far. I believe this will be a decent result. Juice always believes. All right, we came to. There we go. All right, moment of truth. Just running the damn thing through. No wax. Nothing. Just laser etched paper with a slight fingerprint smudge because I had paste wax on my finger. Okay, we're about through. This is our result. I don't know how to feel. It's beautiful, it's uniform, but there's a lot of bubbles. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Juice. If I can get the light just right, you might be able to see them bubbles. It's gonna be hard to see, I think. Okay, you can see them. They're so evenly spread, though. It almost looks like an intended effect. So here's my dilemma. Cut this, ship it. Happy friend. Transaction complete. Gift given. Alternative. Maybe a piece of leather as something to scrub the bubbles with. Something soft and temperature resistant. That's a good idea. I like it. I'll be right back. Oh, a piece of laser, leather to be lasered. That would be cool. It'd have to be pleather. I think my friend is vegetarian at the moment, so I wouldn't want to give them a big old slab of leather. That might be a little bit triggering. And vegan leathers. Well, leather you have to be careful with on lasers in particular because the chromium dye can be extremely toxic when it's heated up. They have mushroom leather. What the fuck? All right, noted on that. But I hear you on the accidentally being smart part. I do wonder if we use a leather glove, this is suede side out, as our scrubber. We try to heat this up carefully and rebond it. It's going to be incredibly difficult to kind of keep a hold of. I need like 8 hands right now. I don't know why I feel like this is going to work so well, but I think I'm believing. I just don't have the hands. Because I need to hold this in place. Belief is contagious. It is. I guess you could also use the wax paper. Let me see if this heckin' thing is done. Are you done? Cooling off? Oh, yeah, I see. So the thermal sensor blinks when it's still hot, maybe? Something like that. All right. How are we going to do this? Let me close this can before any more delicious smells escape. Paste wax is freaking cool, though. You can buff it off with a polishing wheel. It gets so shiny. That's why so many people believe in y'all seeing Sky Daddy. There's so many Sky Daddies, really. Sky Daddies, Sky Mommies. Maybe not so many Sky Mommies. That's what's wrong with the world. There's not enough Sky Mommies. Don't clip that. I want to clip it. Oh, nice. Clipping from your own stream is actually pretty easy. All right. Are you done cooling off yet? I would hope. No, it's still going. All right, whatever. Clamps to hold the working surface and add tension. Maybe. It's just, I don't want to put this down on something too crazy. And I just need more friction on the back than what's on the front. I need like a rubber. Oh, I have an idea. Where is... There it is. Oh, it's cheap. Never mind. I thought I had a glass mouse pad that had rubber on the whole back. It just had a couple rubber feet. Lame. I'm looking around. I don't see anything obvious. If my dang... thermal laminator would cool off, I'd get the other heat gun. Because I think that would be easier. That's why I have to pull down with the glove. Yeah, that way you can pull down without it moving. Yeah. If I could just put a hand here and scrub across, we'd be good. But I needed that third hand. I'm kind of reluctant to rig anything because I'm just lazy at this point. I want easy success. Oh, I have a cork board over here. Hang on. It's kind of frictiony. You know what? It's enough we might be able to make it work. Let's just bring you back to position 1. All right, so we're gonna work over here now on this surface, which is out of the way of the light and everything, dang it. Oh well. And we're just gonna try this. Seems like there's enough friction on the cork surface that we're not sliding as far. I can't see shit. I need to bring this over to the light. Okay. Bit better. All right, let's try this. More diffused heat this time. Took off the little focusing nozzle thing. And it's not quite working the way I'd hoped. If I can kind of just get my pinky down, maybe we'll be good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Got my pinky down. That's awesome. I should wear this glove. What am I doing? I'm gonna wear the left hand. Can you do that? Yeah, I'm gonna wear the left hand backwards on my right hand because the proper way is extremely dirty. How weird does this look? Oh my god. Here. Huh? You can't quite see this. Dang it. There's my hand. That's actually my right hand. Yeah? Some uncanny valley with that. All right. Carrying on. Pinky technique is going to get involved. Let's work from one far side here. Give it a little circular rubbing motion. Some up and down, some side to side. I don't know if I'm just scratching the outer layer or not. I feel like I am. That's what I get for not using a clean glove. It's working, Juice. It's working, dude. You're a genius. An accidental genius. Your wife might get jealous of that laminate. God damn it. Let me focus. Don't distract me while I do this. This is a this is a hand workout. Can't get this upper spot to really, just can't quite get there with this one. Oh, I need a break. So it leaves scratches, but we are getting bubbles out. We've added a ton of static attraction here, rubbing this thing. So here's the result so far. I think I can move this. So that middle area, in the top section, is free of bubbles now. Oh man. can't quite press these buttons very well. One moment. I have a snack now. Chips and hummus, hell yeah. Actually, you said something about a buffer and that might just work. A buffer is very unconcentrated. We're trying to apply force in a very small area, so it forces these bubbles to move. It had been working pretty well. I wonder if an intermediate layer works. Like we could scuff up this wax paper instead of the, and then it wouldn't matter which side we use, we just need buff at an angle. It would scratch it. It would scratch. I'm gonna unplug, I think this laminator's done. I'm gonna get the real heat gun out now. But you know what? We've learned things. We have properly learned things. I need a lot more wax paper than this. I don't know why I tore off a little sheet. Let's use the whole damn thing. Okay. I've rested, we're back at it. This thing's a lot longer than the other one. Dang. Oh, we just moved the wax paper maybe? Hey, there's your low friction interface. Hell yeah. And the glove just for the heat? Fuck yeah. All right. You can always move it to see. All right, we're making progress, I think. It's the pressure here that's really making the difference. God, I just want to use my palm. I think we need more localized pressure though, so I'll use my thumb. Oh, too hot. Oh, I can pull the heat away with my hand though, so that might have saved it. Time to swap hands. Yeah, now we're cooking, man. I'll let this cool off and then I'll show you the progress. This is working. You can just about balance it. And you know what? The scratches on the surface are getting even enough that it kind of just looks, you know, not brand new, which kind of fits the aesthetic. Dude, this actually looks cool. So since we're going deeper with this paper, because we're having to get to the white core layer, the lamination's actually like laying into the cuts that we've made. So it looks really cool. I'll let it cool a little bit more. I think it's ready, but it's just an excuse to eat some chips. Because Juice is hungry, he's gonna be jealous. Sorry, Juice. All right. Let's give you a damn look. Might make some wings? Hell yeah, dude. That sounds awesome. So we haven't really gotten to this bottom right quadrant. So I need to go through there. But the rest of this, it's almost passable. I just can't handle it when it's like that. I am curious. So the back hasn't really done much. Would have kind of been nice if I signed this or something. Before permanently sealing it. All right, we're back to it. Let's do this. Not too shabby though, I know. We're getting close. I should swap hands though. Probably can't do the same angle all the way through. Oh, it's all about the freaking pressure, man. Build up some heat. And then just push across as hard as you can. Does build up a lot of heat in your fingertips. So you're pushing on it so hard to getting a good thermal connection. I guess that's when it's hot enough though, is when your fingers start hurting. Wow. Or spin the paper, yeah. So we had a whole lot of not success, and then all of a sudden we had a whole lot of success. Bunch of things just worked out. I guess the only other way you could do this, if you had a wax layer, parchment paper layer on here that wouldn't move, it was taped all the way around, and then another layer, and that was the layer that you rubbed across. So it was just pressure getting through and no friction. Or cloth. Or another layer of paper. between it. Spread the heat out. See, didn't hurt to try. You're so true. So right. I am happy with this, and I was not expecting to say that today. Let's see the result here. I mean, it's gorgeous. It's a little scuffed, but the trade-off, I think, is, yes, it's because you believe, Juice. I think the trade-off here is fabulous. I'm so happy with this. So I think what we do, make a little room here, and get this thing up, and I think we cut this. Let's see how well this works. Oh yeah, you can line that up pretty good. I'll leave, how much do I want to leave? That much. Is that too little? Almost. I should have left a little more. No, for next time. Okay. Now I've got a little thing for this, apparently, in the actual, came with the laminator deal. So this is supposed to be a corner trimmer. Hell yeah, that might actually work. Fuck yeah, all right. Well done, Vivor. Appreciate the inclusion of this. Should have stayed ahead while I was ahead. I could probably trim. Guess I'll lane that up. And just run it down. Yeah, that cleaned it. I don't know that I could do that edge, though. Let's try this again. It ain't perfect. But it's what we've settled on. She's like, you're gonna round up the edges? Yes! Hell yeah. Gots to. It looks, this looks old. With how it's been scuffed and it's not perfect. Sorry, Star, that it's not the perfection that I had dreamed of. The perfect product or result or gift or whatever, but can you guys see the ripples where it's conformed to the depth of the engraving? That's pretty cool. Yep. There it is. Ship it. Be done with this stage of this project. Move on to the other 80,000 ideas I have. Oh boy. Well, that's a wrap. And that is success. Let me actually change cameras here. That is a wrap. That is some success, finally. So what worked? What worked was running the engraving through the laminator, putting the lamination down on something somewhat grippy. This cork tabletop worked. Then placing parchment paper over the top of that, so the parchment paper would slide before the lamination would. Then wearing something that would reject heat, so a leather glove, oven mitt maybe, and applying heat from a distance, kind of an even layer of heat, and pushing down really hard. As my fingertips got warm, got hot, that's when I knew I could take the heat off and kind of push through. And it was the pressure that kind of finally baked these last little layers together to get rid of these, the multitude of air bubbles. So that's finally a success. Let me get all my tests. So this is my stack of lamination tests. I mean, this has been going on for like four weeks. I don't know, more. I mean, that's test 9. Where was test 1? We started with an iron. We did a bunch of things, tried a heat gun, eventually we got a laminator. We were trying to seal in things. Today we were trying to use wax so it would form differently. It did, but it wasn't a perfect result. Chus had an idea he said leather. We were talking about abandoning this project and this material. And he said leather, and it made me think he meant a leather glove. And I was like, that's a good idea. So we used that, pressed down on it. That's the result. I am really excited to take a photo of this, send it to my friend, and be like, where ship? Please, I want to send. Maybe I'll have to make a little card to go with it. Just a hello or something. Laser engrave that. That'd be kind of fun. Would look cool with oxidized metal and have the laser clean up the oxidization, leaving your pattern clean. That is true. Yeah, there's actually an entire website dedicated to metal oxidation sprays. So they have like all these different chemicals in spray bottles, and you can spray it on different types of metal and it will give it certain results. Like if you want to get the oxidized copper look, like the green, you use this spray and it's like a super oxidizer. Instead of it taking years to develop on its own or whatever, it can be minutes or something like that. Like a patinaed metal. I've got some brass that in time with hand oils and things, it's gotten little finger smudges and it's darker. You can get darkening compounds for brass, I know it's really popular for copper, I think, and or silver, like a tarnish for silver. But yeah, you could get an even tarnish on brass, etch that tarnish away, then you have something shiny and contrasting. It's just how would you preserve it? I guess you'd clear coat it or something. But yeah, it's cool. It's been a lot of fun. I've learned an absolute shit ton doing this. But I'm also happy to wrap this project, this stage of it. I think we'll investigate this process, and it's a good motivator to keep pushing, keep learning, and produce a gift at the same time. But this was a challenge at the same time. This was a challenge. So I'm gonna raid out. We got a little baby raid, me and Chus. But we'll just drop in somewhere. I'll drop in on somebody that's got good vibes. And I'll hang out. Chus, you do your thing, man. You gotta go eat, whatever. But I'll just drop a little raid. A little raid, have a little chit chat with some friends. So let's see who we've got live. Oh, I don't want to edit stream info. I want to raid out. Get to walk your dog. Yeah, do your thing, man. Do your thing. I just do my little baby raid. All right, we're gonna raid 2 old Belize. He is playing the all-girl squad, Expedition 33. He's a hoot. He's an absolute hoot. Yeah, nothing really more to say. Thank you guys so much for watching. I've been Fi, or Better Done Right on YouTube. We do makery stuff. We've been learning with the laser. We're building up to some much bigger projects. This is nothing. This is all just learning the nitty gritty, kind of geeking out a little bit, or a lot. But we got some proper bigger project coming. So, all right, I'm gonna raid out. Thanks so much for staying around, hanging out. Love you guys. Oh, how am I still alive? Silly bit. At least I looked there. Yay. Okay.